What's up, bruh? Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Watch your backs, Raiders. The matriarch has been spotted near your location. Keep your wits about you if you decide to go anywhere near, and always keep a close eye on her children.
What's up, bruh? Move. Get off me, man.
open. Elevator's ready to go.
Smooth. Come again? Couldn't hear you.
Move, man. You're not getting my phone and nothing to it. I'm not doing nothing for you either. Get away from me, man. Hanging out for no reason, bro.
Apollo speaking. I'd start checking the water distillation system in the underground tunnels. Should be a lot to learn there for my own designs.
Go sound somewhere. You're not getting my phone. Just don't even look at it. Yep.
Nice. These freaking things are everywhere. Ah, you're rocking out. Let's bring the party over here, bro. Party.
Damage everything.
Let's go.
Oh, yummy, yum.
Delicious. What can you say, boys? That thing fucked me up.
Yoink.
Yoink.
I'm jingling.
Howdy. Don't shoot!
Oh, here we go. Move, man. Go sit down somewhere. Come behind me, man. I'm glad to see her.
Back again. I want to get to
Man.
Head home at the east elevator.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get it off. Come on. Go get another one. What do you normally do when you're stressed? You should probably have some type of release. Come here. Come. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Make sure you put it on right. You got it on backwards, nigga. Look it all. It's on backwards. Come. Come here.
Let's head home at the west elevator.
Shorten that up a bit, please.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I'm not sure. I don't fall asleep early. But you go ahead and rest, sweetheart. I hope to speak with you again tomorrow. I look forward to our conversation. Sweet dreams. Beautifully as you are in those pictures. I know in person it would be even better. I really don't care much for sure. he said right. He said he was going. Right, exactly. Yeah. He said he was going to text me. I told her mom the reason. I said mom. I said it was mom. So you know how she always barks. You talk to your brother? I said, mom. Probably called you and made you.
That's open window.
There's a head.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
Go ahead, Husky.
Head home at the Baron's hatch.
Okay, you lead the charge from.
Oh, I'm so tired. I got parade. These keys taking a good amount of space. I ain't gonna never use.
Actually, all that is stop. Breaking through declaring unmasked school's history. Time for the Titans formally invited Lindsay to join the team, insisting his athletic talents outdid his academic prowess. Coach Rose spoke with such enthusiasm, barely pausing for a response, giving him a chance. Before parting, he mentioned that the martial arts team trained through the city of the gym, and urged Lindsay to stop by whenever he was ready. That evening, Lindsay sat in his room, ready to experiment with his new trait, survival of the fittest. He clapped his hands, squashing a cockroach and a mosquito he noticed earlier. But when he opened his palms, there was no rush of power and no system notification. Our boy frowns as he deduced that common pests were too weak, lacking any life essence worth absorbing. Only rare or formidable creatures possessed the energy needed to grow. To test this hypothesis, he decided to take a bolder step. Next day, with Shen Qinghan riding behind him on his bike, steered towards the supermarket in the city. Inside, they had neatly packaged beast meat. Lin Zichen felt a pang of frustration. Packaged meat wouldn't do. He needed direct contact. Just then, a loud voice grabbed his attention. The butcher was promoting freshly cut beast meat. Following the sound, he spotted the counter with a striking sign: fresh beast meat, not prepackaged. Safety. Shen Qinghan looked puzzled as Lin Zichen told her to wait. Without explaining, he fixed his gaze on the butcher's table. He approached the counter, reached out, and pressed his hand firmly against a slab of freshly cut meat. The moment the skin made contact, a wave of purple energy surged into him. His body buzzed with power. Just as he theorized, the beast contained a potent stream of life essence. It barely contained his excitement. Shensi stared, confused. Why was touching raw meat making him so thrilled? Curious and slightly worried, she stepped closer and asked what it felt like. He said it just felt fresher than usual, then asked if she wanted to try touching it. She waved her hands frantically, denying. Having validated his theory, Lin Zichen decided to buy some meat to experiment further at home. Hodgson couldn't believe it when he was buying a lot of meat. As beast meat was exorbitantly priced, even the cheapest kind, Ghost Shadow Squid, cost nearly 1,000 yen for a tin. The protagonist picked up a package regardless. His friend nearly freaked out, urging him to put it back and at least check with his mother first. But he only smiled, gently patting him on the head. He smoothly lied, saying his mom had already told him to buy plenty for both their families. A quick memory flashed through his mind where his mom was agreeing to prepare her. That was only half true. He did intend to share, but his primary goal was more pressing. He needed to determine if eating beast meat would allow him to absorb life essence directly. He suspected that relying solely on touch might compromise the meat's quality. At the checkout, he paid nearly 3,000 yen for just 3 small packages of Ghost Shadow Squid. The cashier thanked him, and he bore the steep cost of the proposed expense. As they left, Lin Zichen couldn't help but dwell over its price. By the time they finished shopping, it was past 9 p.m. On the ride back, Lin Zichen's thoughts fixated on the experiment. Unable to resist, he subtly rested his hand on one of the squid packages in the basket. A familiar pulse of purple energy flowed through him. The system confirmed that a trace of Ghost Shadow Squid life essence was absorbed. The moment Lin Zichen consumed the Ghost Shadow Squid's essence, a new guidebook unlocked in the system, yet the progress bar barely budged, only by 0.1%. As Lin Zichen cycles through the quiet streets, he calculates his progress in absorbing Ghost Shadow Squid essence. The tiny amount he consumed barely moved the bar. He estimates he'll need around 100 jin to reach full mastery. Still, the squid's unique ability to dissolve into water and vanish makes it worth the effort. He considers the financial challenge of obtaining so much meat, since asking his family is out of the question. Testing another idea, he checks whether absorbing life essence spoils the food. To his relief, the squid remains fresh and edible even after extraction, giving him both nourishment and power. By the time he continues riding, his progress has crept up to 3%. His focus shatters when Shen Qinghan's urgent voice makes him slam on the brakes, narrowly avoiding hitting the couple. She then points ahead, where the real crisis unfolds. A large man holding a knife to a woman's throat. Lin is shocked because it's their teacher, Cao Mei. The man screams threats at the surrounding crowd. The police captain restrains one of his men, Officer Ah Bing, warning him not to fire recklessly. The suspect is using the teacher as a shield, leaving no clear shot. Ah Bing suggests sleeping gas, but the captain shakes his head as it is too risky. The gas wouldn't take effect fast enough, and the suspect might panic and strike before then. Suddenly, a pebble slams into the hostage taker's hand. He howls in pain, dropping both the knife and his grip on the teacher. The captain sees an opportunity, and the officers surge forward, tackling the suspect to the ground. Shackles snap into place while a female officer rushes to teacher's side, gently steadying her trembling form. With the situation under control, Lin Zichen quietly climbs back onto his bike. Shen Qinghan stares at him with wide, questioning eyes and whispers that he was the one. Quickly hushes her, urging her to save it for later as he pedals away. But before they can escape, a firm voice cuts through the noise, stopping them. The police captain calls out, asking if the protagonist had been the one to throw the stone. He panics, and with a nervous smile, he quickly denies it. The captain watches as the two pedal off, frowning. It was strange. Why would someone refuse to admit to a heroic act? Shaking his head, mutters aloud that there's even a reward for bravery. That word slams into Lin Zichen like lightning. He skids to a sudden halt, whirls around, and rushes to the captain. He retracts his denial and admits it was him. With a straight face, he explains that the reward money is very important to him. He tells him to come to the state to file a report, promising to personally make sure Lin Zichen receives the reward he deserves. Relieved, the two of them notify their families and prepare to head to the police station. He assumes everything will be simple for him. Then, everything goes horribly wrong. As the police lead the suspect away in cuffs, his body convulses. His face twists grotesquely, bone and flesh warping as horrified officers realize the truth that the guy is a heretic. Right before their eyes, his form mutates into a monstrous, giant, aberrant rat. With a thunderous roar, he shatters the handcuffs and lashes out. The captain orders to open fire on the aberrant rat, ordering his men to protect the civilians at all costs. Gunfire erupts in a deafening hail, but the bullets bounce uselessly off the thick hide. A frantic report comes crackling in. The heretic has fused with Rat King genes and back on his requested. Seeing the chaos, Lin Zichen grabs Shen Qinghan's hand, apologizing, and pulls her along to run. He is relieved when he notices the mutant isn't chasing them, but he knows they need to put distance between themselves and the battlefield as fast as possible. Suddenly, a streak of light wrapped in a purple aura dives down from the female side of the defense in futuristic armor, slamming a devastating blow into the giant rat. The impact knocks the piece staggering backward, dust and rubble scattering from the roots. Hovering effortlessly in the air, the cyborg races ahead. A brilliant laser cannon begins to charge, purple light burning brighter by the second. Her voice is sharp and commanding as she gives the order to fire. The cannon unleashes a massive beam of pure energy, engulfing the mutant rat in flame. With a final roar, it disintegrates completely, leaving behind nothing but scorching ash. Lin Zichen stands closer, as he has just witnessed power on a scale he can barely imagine. The giant rat disintegrating, and danger finally passes. Teacher Calmei and Shen Qinghan exhale long, shaky breaths. The protagonist, however, has a very different concern. His eyes dart to his bike, and he sighs in relief when he sees it untouched. If the blast had destroyed it, that would have been a devastating financial loss. But just as the tension begins to ease, realization hits him. His gaze shifts to the basket. The packages of Ghost Shadow split and the rot, sinking his heart. His theory had been correct all along. Absorbing life essence does cause beast meat to spoil. It just doesn't happen immediately. He lifts the tentacle, knowing he needs an explanation. Without missing a beat, he puts on a dramatic performance, tossing the spoiled meat onto the ground and loudly blaming the heretic and the cyborg's blast for ruining. Teacher Calmei gently comforts him, reminding him that what truly matters is that everyone makes it out alive. At the police captain's request, they prepare to return home, but instead are escorted to the station alongside the security team. What they didn't expect was to ride in the same van as the heretic's remains. On the gurney lies what little is left, a mound of scorched flesh, blackened, stinking. Our instinct sits silently. A bold possibility flashes in his mind. If the fangs held power, then could this corpse, even in its ruined state, still contain life essence? And if so, could he devour it? Could he claim the Rat King gene for himself? Xiao Chen examined the remains of the fallen heretic, discreetly absorbing a fragment of the giant rat's essence into his system. He quickly realized that the fresher the corpse, the stronger the essence. Though he tried to act natural, Ah Bing noticed his movement. The security captain grew suspicious, watching him closely. Later, Xiao Chen was summoned to the public security office. While the captain had already filed for his bravery award, his real concern was how Xiao Chen, just a student, had managed to throw a stone so precisely to disarm the heretic. Xiao Chen claimed he often trained his right hand. The captain remained doubtful, even if he didn't press further. During the meeting, Han entered with Xiao Chen's worried parents. His mother rushed to him, relieved he was safe, and insisted that if danger ever came again, he must hide rather than fight. Xiao Chen promised, though he knew deep down it might not be possible. Before leaving, he overheard public security discussing the rat god cult. They revealed the group's growing boldness, infiltrating universities and preying on students who are biology. Shockingly, the heretic killed that night had been a liberal art student, corrupted and recruited by the cult. They agreed the cult needed to be eradicated, but eliminating individual followers wouldn't suffice. The real threat stemmed from the Rat King itself. Until that entity was destroyed, the danger would persist. The name lodged in Xiaoqing's mind. On the way home, he searched for information. It indicated the rat god cult was most active at the time. Its members largely societal outcasts. Their activity had surged recently, with suspicions that the Rat King was showing a massive collection of evolutionary resources. If the Rat King sought further evolution, made sense. But if it possessed consciousness and ambition, the threat was far greater. An intelligent Rat King could unleash its history beyond the cult itself. Staring out the window, he spotted a massive rat cornering a cat on the street. For a moment, he wondered if it was tied to the Rat King, but he reminded himself that oversized rats were common in the South. Perhaps it was nothing. Across from him, Anfan sat unusually silent, which he noted. In his childhood, her emotions had always been ambiguous. Fear or nervousness showed instantly, but now she was unreadable. When he reached home, he noticed the missing light. Her face filled with shame. Xiaoqing quickly explained that in the chaos, preoccupied with survival and care about food, she accepted the story, relieved only that he was sick. She sighed inwardly at how easily she believed him. His father, however, acted differently. Without clothes, he searched for the lost kid. Our boy calmly convinced him it would be spoiled and useless by now. After a brief silence, his father relented and stayed. Meanwhile, the security captain couldn't shake his unease about what was changed. The idea of a middle schooler throwing a stone with such lethal accuracy troubled him. Suddenly a rat appeared, not an ordinary one, but the size was huge. Instinct sharpened. The captain reached for his weapon, aimed, and fired, the bullet speeding toward the creature. The next morning, Lin Zichen sat in class, still thinking about the fierce battle he had fought the night before. Facing the heretic of a female cyborg had shown him how far he still had to go. To survive and grow stronger, he needed resources quickly, especially beasts like Ghost Shadow Swift, which advanced his guidebook's progress. Briefly considered safer ways to make money, like becoming an online influencer or selling study guides, but dismissed them as too risky and fulfilling. Instead, he realized the best path was through more diplomacy, the fields most valued in this world. That afternoon, Lin went to Building C. Inside, he found Coach Guo. After greeting him respectfully, Lin asked him if he joined the team tournaments, and if those competitions came with substantial prizes. Coach Guo's face lit up. He confirmed that joining the team would indeed offer that opportunity, prize money reaching tens of thousands. That was all the confirmation Lin needed. With a firm handshake, he declared his immediate decision to join the martial arts team. Delighted, Coach Guo gathered the team to introduce their newest member, Lin Zichen, proudly noting that he had been the champion of the school's sports team. Team members stepped forward to greet him one by one. Zhang Kai, Huang Tianxing, known as Ah Xing, Li Shutong, and Han Yisuo. Lin returned her introductions with a polite nod. Since Lin had no prior formal training, Coach Guo started at the front of the team, demonstrating light techniques. He explained that while they appeared simple, mastering them required patience and discipline. Even their quickest learner, Li Shutong, had taken a full week to improve them. Coach encouraged him to give it a try. Lin positioned himself confidently. Wisdom activated, great power, supernatural clarity. By merely observing, he had already internalized every nuance of the movements. As he began executing the fist techniques, system notification chimed in his mind. Points of vitality, strength, dexterity, proficiency had been earned. Coach and the entire team stood motionless, watching Lin. Had expected awkward novice attempt, but instead witnessed flawless, almost professional execution. Our boy moved as if he had been training for years. Coach Guo's jaw dropped. His grip on the thermos loosened as he watched our protagonist's impeccable performance. One thought consumed the coach's mind. MC was co-produced. That evening at home in Shanghai, Lin's mother calls him to the dinner table. Excited, Lin grabbed the spoon and rushed over, asking what she had done. With pride, a platter of Ghost Shadow squared on the table. Lin inhaled deeply, complimenting how incredible it smelled. Nudged him to eat before he got. Taking his first bite, he proclaimed her cooking is the best in the world. Beaming with joy, his mother encouraged him to eat farther. As he savored the meal, a system notification appeared in his vision. He had absorbed a trace of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence, pushing his guidebook progress. As they ate, television in the background played a news report. Celebrated as the youngest cyborg in history, just been unveiled. After integrating with an energy core, she had gained superhuman abilities. With one hand, 3 seconds. leaving 8 meters further. Watching the report, an ongoing debate between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion and his cybernetic enhancements, which path promised greater power. His thoughts were interrupted by a breaking news alert. Banco reported that Captain Kunshan, the officer they encountered previously, had been found dead in his office. Surveillance footage revealed a chilling truth. A massive rat had infiltrated the station, brutally attacking and devouring it. Lynn's stomach churned with this rat. The thought of such monsters roaming the city sent shivers down his spine. The captain's death was a warning of the dangers lurking ahead. Lynn vowed to train harder than ever. His speed skyrocketed. Soon he was running 100 meters in just 4 seconds. His strength grew exponentially, his vertical jump reaching 5 meters, and his grip strength allowing him to lift 1,200 kilograms with one grip. Balancing moving solo training with disciplined practice alongside the super motion of his team, Lynn poured his energy into honing his abilities. Next morning, he went to the gym to practice. His chin behind. On their way, a girl with pink hair approached with a warm smile, offering him a chilled bottle of fresh milk. Our guide thanked her politely and declined, continuing on with Shenqing at his side. From a distance, Zhang Kai could be watching. People invested him at the sportsman had just dismissed a gesture from a Zhao. Jay connected fronted Lynch. Explaining that if he lost, he would leave. Before he would have to drink it. As the challenge was issued, his notification flashed before his eye. 1,000 biological. Everything will spread like wildfire. By the time the team arrived at the channel, there was a fact. A wide circle around the school. So the crowd was covered from the sun, especially the girls who played. Zhang Kai looked around, scowling. Saw this duel as a last chance to prove himself to a playing. Lynn stood relaxed. Mentioned that he needed to get home for dinner. Asked him to finish quickly. Zhang Kai took it as mockery, promising to grant Lynn his quick fight. Coach Guo stepped between them, acting as referee. He raised his hand, reminding him of the things that they'd signaling the start. Just as the match was Zhang Kai suddenly shouted at him. He pointed out that he had trained for years to make things easier. Now the team allowed him to use it. Instead, the words left his mouth and which smothered his emotion. In that same moment, Lynn unleashed a devastating punch. Blood burst from Zhang Kai's nose as it fought. Collapsed unconscious on the floor. Coach Guo stood frozen. He shouted in disbelief. The fight was over in just one punch. A duel that was supposed to be a contest in a single second. Silence shattered when cheers erupted. Shen Xingyang threw her fist into the air, ecstatic, her voice rising above the noise. Including the pink-haired one, joined in, screaming about how incredible Lin was. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Zichen's vision flipped a system notification. He had earned priority mating rights. At the same time, his new mission progress ticked upward, 1 out of 1,000. He suggested they spar with him too. Their faces went pale instantly. Before anyone could slip away, Zhang Kai groaned and forced himself onto his knees. He refused to accept defeat, swearing there would be a rematch where he would crush him. Coach Guo cut him off from him. He told Zhang Kai to accept the loss like a man. Then, still doubtful, the coach wondered aloud if Lin's devastating punch had just been luck. To test the theory, he turned toward another student, a spiky-haired boy frozen to red. The scene inside the gym was undeniable. Several members of the martial arts team lay unconscious on the floor. Lin Zichen stood calmly above them. Still, when he opened his system, his expression fell. His rival count stubbornly remained at 1 out of 1,000. As he molded over, a heavy hand clapped his shoulder. Coach Guo, beaming with wild excitement, praised him loudly. To the coach, Lin wasn't just talented, he was a once-in-a-generation genius. In just over a month, he had surpassed everyone, becoming the ace of the team. With Lin leading, Coach Guo declared, their school would crush all competition, first place at the regional martial arts tournament. As he was drowned in his thoughts, he was called out by Zhang Kai, staggering to his feet. Still shaken, he pointed at Lin and loudly proclaimed his surrender. Before Zhang Kai could finish his rambling speech, the coach and the remaining students made a hasty retreat. Not wanting to fall behind, Shen Xinghan made her decision. She joined the martial arts track and began training side by side with her best friend. At the end of each session, Lin gave her a massage to ease the strain from her muscles. 1 month passed in relentless waiting. Finally, the regional martial arts tournament was here, and Lin Zichen stood ready. In the city gymnasium, Coach Guo laments Shanghai High's bad luck in drawing the strongest group right from the start. Teammates complain that they are doomed, though one mentions that this year they have Lin Zichen, a boy who can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. Zykan volunteers to first and tiny amount you consume barely moves the bar, and he estimates you'll need around 100 gin to reach full mastery. Still, the squid's unique ability, it can evolve into water and vanish, makes it worth the effort. He considers the financial challenge of obtaining so much meat, since asking his family is out of the question. Testing another idea, he checks whether absorbing life essence spoils the food. To his relief, the squid remains fresh and edible even after extraction, giving him both nourishment and power. By the time he continues writing, his progress has crept up to 3%. His focus scatters when Ping Han's urgent voice makes him slam on the brakes, narrowly avoiding hitting a couple. He then points ahead, with the real crisis unfolds. A large man holding a knife to a woman's throat. Lynn is shocked because it's their teacher, Hal May. The man screams threats surrounding the crowd. The police captain trains one of his men, Officer Ah Ping, warning him not to fire recklessly. The suspect is using the teacher as a shield, leaving no clear shot. Ah Ping suggests sleeping gas, but the captain shakes his head and it's too risky. The gas wouldn't take effect fast enough, and the suspect might panic and strike before then. Suddenly, a pebble slams into the hockey shaker's hand. He howls in pain, dropping both the knife and his grip on the teacher. The captain sees an opportunity, and the officer surges forward, tackling the suspect to the ground. Backing snapping the knife while a female officer rushes the teacher's side, gently steadying her trembling form. With the situation under control, Lin Zikin quietly climbs back onto the bike. Ping Han stares at him with wide, questioning eyes and whispers that he was the one who threw the rock. He quickly hugs, urging her to save it for later, and pedals away. But before they can escape, a firm voice cuts through the noise, stopping them. The police captain calls out, asking if the protagonist had been the one to throw the stone. He panics, and with a nervous smile, he quickly denies it. The captain watches as the two pedal off, frowning. It was strange. Why would someone refuse to admit to a heroic act? Shaking his head, he mutters aloud that there's even a reward for bravery. That word slams into Lin's Yishin like lightning. He skids to a sudden halt, whirls around, and rushes back to the captain. He retracts his denial and admits it was him. With a straight face, he explains that the reward money is very important. The captain tells him to come to the station later to file a report. He promises to personally make sure Lin Kitchen receives the reward he deserves. Relieved, the two of them notify their families and prepare to head to the police station. He assumes everything will be simple. But then everything is horribly wrong. As the police lead the suspect away in cuffs, his body suddenly convulses. His face twists to protect, bone and flesh warping, and horrified officers realize the truth of the guy is terror. Right before their eyes, his form mutates into a monstrous giant aberrant rat. With a thunderous roar, he shatters the handcuffs and lashes out. The captain orders to open fire on the aberrant rat, ordering his men to protect the civilians at all costs. Gunfire erupts in a deafening hail, but the bullets bounce uselessly off the youth's thick hide. A frantic report comes crackling in. Heretic has fused with rat king genes and backup is requested immediately. Seeing the chaos, Moonbeacon grabs Finching by the hand, polishing the gun. He is relieved when he notices the mutant isn't chasing them, but he knows they need to keep distance between themselves and the battlefield as fast as possible. Suddenly, a streak of light wrapped in a purple aura dives down from above. A female cyborg descends in futuristic armor, slamming a devastating blow into the giant rat. The impact knocks the beast staggering back, dust and rubble scattering over its course. Hovering effortlessly in the air, the cyborg raises her head. A brilliant laser cannon begins to charge, purple light burning brighter by the second. The voice is sharp and commanding as he gives the order to fire. The cannon unleashes a massive beam of pure energy, engulfing the mutant rat entirely. With a final roar, it disintegrates completely, leaving behind nothing but forced gas. Lin Ditman stands frozen, as he has just witnessed power on a scale he could barely imagine. With the giant rat disintegrating, danger finally passes. Peter Palme and Ping Han exhale long, shaky breaths of relief. The protagonist, however, has a very different concern. His eyes don't sleep light, and he sighs in relief when he sees it untouched. If the blast had destroyed it, that would have been a devastating financial loss. But just as the tension begins to ease, another realization hits him. His gaze shifts to the basket. The packages of sympathetic good meat began to rot, sinking his heart. His theory has been correct all along. Absorbing life essence does cause beast meat to destroy. It just doesn't happen immediately. He looks at them, knowing he needs an explanation. Without missing a beat, he puts on a dramatic performance, tossing the spoiled meat onto the ground and loudly blaming the heretic and cyborg's blast for ruining it. Teacher Salme gently comforts him, reminding him that what truly matters is that everyone made it out alive. At the police captain's request, they prepare to return home, but instead of reporting to the station alongside the security. What they didn't expect was to ride in the same van as the heretics remained. On the gurney lies what little is left, a mound of scorched flesh, blackened and stinking. Our MC sits silently, and a whole possibility flashed on his mind. Its fang held power, then could this corpse, even in its ruined state, still contain life? And if so, could he devour it? Could he claim the rat king gene for himself? Caution examined the remains of the fallen heretic, discreetly absorbing a fragment of the giant mutant rat's essence through his system. implies that the Scrappy was forced, stronger the essence. Though he tried to act natural, Ah Bing noticed his movement, and the security captain grew suspicious, watching him closely. Later, Falcon was summoned to the public security office. While the captain had already filed for his bravery award, his real concern was how Xiao Ben, the student, had managed to throw stones so precisely to disarm the heretic. Xiao Ben claimed he often trained his right hand. The captain remained doubtful, even if he didn't press further. During the meeting, Han Han entered with Xiao Ben's worried parents. His mother rushed to him, relieved he was safe, and insisted that if danger ever came again, he must hide rather than fight. Xiao Ben promised, but he knew deep down it might not be possible. Before leaving, he overheard public security discussing the rat god cult. They revealed a group growing boldness, infiltrating universities and preying on students barred from legal gene fusion. Shockingly, the heretic killed that night had once been a liberal arts student, corrupted and recruited by the cult. They agreed the cult needed to be eradicated, but eliminating individual followers wouldn't fight them. The real threat stems from the rat king itself. Until that entity was destroyed, danger would persist. The name lodged in Falcon's mind. On the way home, he searched for information. Reports indicated the rat god cult was most active in Shanghai, members largely societal outcasts. Their activity had surged recently, thinking that the Rat King was showing a massive collection of evolutionary resources. If the Rat King fought further evolution, mapping such resources made sense. But if it possessed consciousness and ambition, the threat was far greater. An intelligent Rat King could unleash catastrophe beyond full chaos. Picking up the window, he spotted a massive rat cornering a cat on the street. For a moment, he wondered if it was tied to the Rat King, but he reminded himself that everything rat common in the south. Cat was nothing. Crawford named Tunhan sat unusually silent. Motive. Since childhood, her emotions had always been obvious. Fear or nervousness showed instantly, but now she was unreadable. When he reached home, his mother immediately noticed him take total shock. Kelvin quickly explained that in the chaos, he dropped, too preoccupied with survival to care about food. He accepted his support, believed only that he was safe. He sighed inwardly at how easily he believed him. His father, however, reacted differently. Without pause, he prepared his lost meat. Our boy calmly convinced him it would be spoiled and useless by now. After a brief silence, his father relented and stayed. Meanwhile, the security captain couldn't fake his unease about Lynn's vision. The idea of a middle schooler throwing a stone with technical accuracy troubled him. Suddenly the latitude, not an ordinary one. The size was huge. Instinct sharpened. The captain reached for his weapon, aimed, and fired, the bullet speeding toward the creature. The next morning, Lynn's vision sat in class, still thinking about the fierce battle he had fought the night before. Facing the heretic and the female cyborg had shown him how far he still had to go. To survive and grow stronger, he needed resources quickly, especially beast meat like ghost shadow squid, which advanced his guidebook progress. He briefly considered safer ways to make money, like becoming an online influencer or selling study guides, but the commitment was too risky and attention drawn. Instead, he realized the best path was through martial arts and gene fusion, fields most valued in this world. That afternoon, Lin went to Building C, where the martial arts team trained. Inside, he found Coach Guo drinking tea. After greeting him respectfully, Lin asked whether joining the team would involve citywide tournaments, and if those competitions came with substantial prizes. Coach Guo's face lit up. He confirmed that joining the team would indeed offer that opportunity, with prize money reaching tens of thousands. That was all the confirmation Lin needed. With a firm handshake, he declared his immediate decision to join the martial arts team. Delighted, Coach Guo gathered the team to introduce their newest member, Lin Vichen, proudly noting that he had been the champion of the school's sports meet. The team members stepped forward to greet him one by one. Zhang Kai, Huang Tianqing, known as Ah Ping, Li Qitong, and Han Yikuo. Lin returned their introductions with a polite nod. Since Lin had no prior formal training, Coach Guo started with the fundamentals, demonstrating basic fist and leg technique. He explained that while they appeared simple, mastering them required patience and discipline. Even their quickest learner, Li Chutong, had taken a full week to perform them correctly. Turning to Lin, the coach encouraged him to give it a try. Lin positioned himself confidently. His celestial root of wisdom activated, granting him an almost supernatural clarity. By merely observing, he had already internalized every nuance of the movement. As he began executing the fifth technique, system notification chimed in his mind. Points in vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency had been earned. The coach and the entire team stood motionless, watching Lin. They had expected awkward novice attempts, but instead witnessed flawless, almost professional execution. Our boy moved as if he had been training for years. Coach Guo's jaw nearly dropped. His grip on the thermos loosened as he watched our protagonist's impeccable performance. One thought consumed the coach's mind. The MC was no ordinary student. He was a martial arts prodigy, the kind that appeared once in a million. That evening at home in Shanghai, Lin's mother called him to the dinner table. Excited, Lin grabbed a spoon and rushed over, asking what he had prepared. With pride, she placed a steaming platter of goat flat of squid on the table, the exact meat he had been craving. Lin inhaled deeply, complimenting how incredible it sounded. He urged him to eat before it got cold. Taking his first bite, he proclaimed her cooking is the best in the world. Beaming with joy, his mother encouraged him to eat heartily. As he savored the meal, a system notification appeared in his vision. He had absorbed the traits of the ghost shadowed squid's life ethic, pushing his guidebook progress. As they ate, the television in the background played a news report. A 14-year-old girl, celebrated as the youngest cyborg in history, had just been unveiled. After integrating with an energy core, he had gained superhuman abilities, gripping an SUV with one hand, sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, and leaping 8 meters vertically. Watching the report, Lin pondered the ongoing debate in his world between the Kyoto prodigy's beam fusion and this girl's cybernetic enhancement. Which path promised greater power? His thoughts were interrupted by a breaking news alert. The anchor reported that Captain Tucson, the officer they had encountered previously, had been found dead in his office. Surveillance footage revealed the chilling truth. A massive mutant rat had infiltrated the station, brutally attacking and devouring him. Lin's stomach turned and recalled the enormous rat he had glimpsed the night before. The thought of such monsters roaming the city sent a shiver down his spine. The captain's death was a warning of the dangers lurking ahead. Lin vowed to train harder than ever. His speed skyrocketed. Soon he was running 100 meters in just 4 seconds. His strength grew exponentially, his vertical jump reaching 5 meters, and his grip strength allowing him to lift 1,200 kilograms with one hand. Balancing grueling solo training with disciplined practice alongside his two martial arts team, Lin poured all his energy into honing his abilities. The next morning, Lin headed to the gym to practice. Curious Chinhan trailing behind. On their way, a girl with pink hair approached with a warm smile, offering him a chilled bottle of fresh milk. Our guy thanked her politely but declined, continuing on with Shen Chinhan at his side. From a distance, Zhang Kai had been watching. The boy who invested in the quickly had lifted his gesture from the girl Zhang Kai admired. Later, Zhang Kai confronted him sharply, accusing him of being rude and hurting the girl's feelings. Our guy replied calmly, explaining that he was allergic to milk. Zhang Kai challenged him to a sparring match. If he lost, he would leave Lin alone forever. But if Lin lost, he would have to drink the entire bottle of milk. As the challenge was issued, a system notification flashed before Lin's eyes. A new achievement mission had unlocked. Defeat 1,000 different opponents in formal competition to awaken the survival of the fittest biological trait. Word of the duel spread like wildfire. By the time the two arrived at the gym, it was already packed, students forming a wide circle around the farm area. Most of the crowd was firmly on Lin's side, especially the girls who admired him. Shanghai looked around, scowling at the crowd's obvious favoritism. Even so, he saw this duel as his last chance to prove himself to reclaim his pride. Meanwhile, Lin stood relaxed. He mentioned that he needed to get home for dinner and asked if they could finish quickly. Benkai took it as mockery, promising to grant Lin his quick fight. Coach Guo stepped between them, acting as referee. He raised his hand, reminding both of the rules before signaling his start. But just as the match was about to begin, Yang Kai suddenly shouted for them to stop. He pointed out that he had trained for nearly 2 years. To make things fair, he announced he would allow Lin the first 3 moves. The instant the words left his mouth, he exploded into motion. In that same heartbeat, Lin unleashed a single devastating punch. Strike landed clean. Blood burst from Zhang Kai's nose as his body went limp. He collapsed unconscious onto the floor in one blow. Cook Book was frozen. Then he shouted in disbelief. The fight was over in just one punch. The duel that was supposed to be a contest ended in a single second. The silence shattered when cheers erupted. Kensington threw her fist into the air, static, the voice rising above the noise. The girls, including the pink-haired one, joined in, screaming about how incredible Lin was. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Vision's vision flickered with a system notification. He had earned priority mating rights. At the same time, his new mission progress ticked upward, 1 out of 1,000. He suggested they spar with him too. Their faces went pale. Before anyone could slip away, Zhang Kai groaned and forced himself onto his knees. He refused to accept defeat, swearing there would be a rematch where he would crush them. Coach Guo cut him off firmly. He told Zhang Kai to accept the loss like a man. Then, still doubtful, the coach wondered aloud if Lin's devastating punch had just been luck. To test the theory, he turned toward another student, a spiky-haired boy froze in dread. 10 minutes later, the heat inside the gym was undeniable. Several members of the martial arts team lay unconscious on the floor. Lin's vision stood calmly above them. Still, when he opened his system, his expression fell. His rival count stubbornly remained at 1 out of 1,000. As he molded over, a heavy hand clapped his shoulder. Coach Guo, beaming with wild excitement, praised him loudly. To the coach, Lin wasn't just talented, he was a once-in-a-generation. In just over a month, He had outmatched everyone, in the age of 15. With Lin leading, Coach Boyle declared, this school would crush all competition and be first place at the regional martial arts tournament. As he was drowned in his thoughts, he was called out by Zhang Kai, staggering to his feet. Little vacant, he pointed at Lin and loudly proclaimed his surrender. Before Zhang Kai could finish his rambling speech, the coach and the remaining students made a hasty retreat. Not wanting to fall behind, Lin Pinghan made her decision. He joined the martial arts track and began training side by side with his best friend. At the end of each session, Lin gave her a massage to ease the strain from her muscles. 1 month passed in relentless training. Finally, the regional martial arts tournament was here, and Lin's lesson stood ready. In the city gymnasium, Coach Guo laments Shanghai High's bad luck in drawing the strongest group right from the start. The teammates complain that they are doomed, but one mentions that this year they have Lin Zichen, a boy who can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. Zichen volunteers to go first, and Guo agreed, urging him forward with confidence. On stage, his opponent, tall, muscular boy, mocks him for being a short first year who doesn't belong in the 8-school martial tournament, boasting that size and power will prevail. When the duel begins, the boy charges with heavy steps and throws a punch, but Zichen flips aside with blinding speed and lands a clean strike to his wrist. The opponent crashes backward across the stage, instantly defeated. The announcer declares Zichen the winner as Ben Xinghan cheers loudly from the stands. Across the arena, the opposing coach scolds his fighters for ignoring his instructions to focus on footwork and demanding stricter discipline. Meanwhile, a notification appears before Lin Zichen, confirming his victory and improved tournament ranking. He realizes that each high-stakes win accelerates his growth. The coach quickly sends out Chen Feng to deal with him. Feng enters, but as soon as the duel begins, his sweeping kick is easily dodged. Zichen counters with a strike to Feng's hip, sending him crashing violently across the stage. Emergency workers rush in to carry Feng away on a stretcher. The crowd goes crazy as some think Zichen was just lucky, while others think about his hidden strength. The opposing coach admits to himself that luck has nothing to do with it. Zichen is the real deal, and he wastes no time calling up his next fighter, Gao Fei. Gao Fei confidently enters the stage. He sizes up Lin Zichen's slim build, assuming his opponent is quick but weak and has deep grip. Remembering his own pedigree, running the 100 meters in under 9 seconds and being the son of a gene fusion user, Gao feels certain his superior stats will make him win for sure. As the duel begins, he throws his flowing water rock-shattering fist with a bunch of attacks. Zichen dodges with ease. From the sideline, Gao's coach yells at him to defend, but Gao arrogantly doesn't even listen to the advice, boasting that he doesn't need defense. Meanwhile, Zichen silently thinks to study it later, all while effortlessly fighting. Gao grows increasingly frustrated as none of his punches are landing. He demands to know how Zichen can dodge so easily. Our boy only smiles and taunts him to try harder. Finally, when Gao overextends, Zichen seizes the moment. He delivers a sweeping kick to Gao's stomach, sending him flying backward and crashing hard onto the ground. After defeating Gao Fei, Ben Xinghan cheers while Vichen's teammates celebrate. Over the following days, he dominates more battles, ultimately crushing Shanghai No. One high and 2 other schools to secure Shanghai High championship in the 8-school tournament. Coach Guo proudly lifts the gleaming trophy, while Zichen receives notification of his advance. Later, he indulges in his favorite meal, even drawing laughter from a waitress who tells him to slow down. By the end of his second year, he breaks through from Tier 3 ordinary to Tier 4, growing so strong that he can easily lift heavy weights with one hand and run 100 meters in just 4 seconds. At graduation, Deacon walks beside Ken Xinghan. He is sad over her entrance results, knowing that she cannot join him at Shanghai High's elite class because the local scores are too low. Deacon, ranked first in both academics and martial arts. He quietly reminds her that the principal of Shanghai High will soon visit his home and asks if he will come with him. Xinghan is sad, insisting the principal only wants to persuade him to stay in the martial class, and that it has nothing to do with it. But Zichen firmly declares that his single condition for staying is simple: then Xinghan must be his destiny. Just as promised, the principal of Shanghai High arrives at Lin Zichen's home. She sits with his mother and Han Han, the three of them discussing his future for hours. The meeting ends. Before stepping out, he turns back with one final offer. If Lin Zichen agrees to stay, he will grant him any request he has. Taking the chance, he makes his one condition clear: Han Han must remain in the same class with him. The principal agrees and instructs them both to report to Shanghai High together for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Zichen and Han Han bow in thanks. Before moving on, Lin Zichen competes in the final junior high martial arts tournament. His dominance carries the team straight to the another championship. This time, he knows exactly what to do with the prize. His Ghost Shadow Squid Codex is only 20% away from completion, and the winnings are just enough to push it to the limit. Seeking safety, he heads deep into a secluded forest outside of Shanghai and consumes the final essence from the squid meat. His system comes, confirming he is absorbing life force. The Codex bar fills and finally locks 100%. A new notification appeared, telling him that he gained biological attribute, blessing of liquid affinity. The ability grants him heightened connection with water, but as the energy fades, he stands silently. For all the effort, the result feels underwhelming. He decides to test it anyway. At a nearby pond, he slips into the water. To his surprise, there are some effects. His skin never wrinkles, no matter how long he stays submerged, and swimming feels almost effortless with the reduced water resistance. He realizes that the ghost shadow squid was only a low-tier beast. If he wants stronger attributes, he needs to either save money for higher grade beast meat or grow powerful enough to hunt dangerous wild mutant beasts on his own. Later on, his mother and Han Han's family decide on a short trip, partly to help him test his new liquid affinity. Lin suggests they head to the beach. Standing in the surf, Han Han shivers, but Lin Vision feels perfectly at home. As he swims, his system rewards him with stat points for swimming and diving. From the shore, Han Han calls out nervously, asking him to teach her how to swim. He waves her over and begins guiding her step by step. With her average athletic ability, he assumes she'll struggle, but she adapts instantly and dives on her own, as if she'd known how all along. Suddenly, a faint blue aura seems to shimmer around her in the water. Han Han explains that the sensation is amazing. Her words leave Lin Vision deep in thought. No matter how talented, no one should master swimming and diving skills this quickly. He recalls her childhood struggle with bedwetting whenever she is nervous. Could that weakness have been fine all along? An innate water affinity hidden within her body, determined to test his theory, they continue diving. The result astonished him even more. He manages to hold her breath underwater for over 10 minutes. But before he can process it fully, Han Han's expression changes. A strange vibration echoes through the water. He cries out as glowing blue water swirls around her. That night, the two of them walk quietly along the moonlit beach. Lin Beachman finally asks Han Han what exactly happened underwater. Shivering at the memory, she explains that the whole time she kept hearing strange, unsettling sounds whispering by her ear. She said it was a female voice speaking in some unknown language. Seeing her so frightened, Lin Beachman tries to comfort her. Later, after she falls asleep, he searches online for anything resembling a mysterious female voice beneath his feet. Unable to quit the unease, he channels his restless energy into training. He begins to set weighted sit-ups, one after another, until he's done 1,000. A system notification appears. His hard work has paid off, and he has advanced to ordinary Tier 5. At Tier 5, he realizes he now has the power to rival a fully grown giant mutant rat. Eager to test his limit, he heads back to the empty beach under the stars. Testing his strength, he grips the nearby parked car, and with one hand, he lifts the vehicle. Tuning up, the vacation comes to an end, and soon he and Han Han officially begin high school at Shanghai High. On the very first day, two new criminal classmates immediately recognize him, thinking how lucky they are to be assigned alongside him. But what shocks them even more is what happens next. Simply performing class duty triggers a brand new system quest. The requirement is to complete 1,000 cooperative tasks to unlock a new biological attribute, a local animal. After school, with the new year just beginning, he makes a trip to the mammoth supermarket. Wandering through the chilled beast meat section, he suddenly stops. His eyes fix on a package inside the refrigerated display of the severed head of a savage giant eagle. He is sure that this will be his next codex. The savage giant eagle ranks above the ghost shadow squid as a higher level aberrant beast. Back in his room, Lin Zipping studies the eagle meat carefully. What makes it even more appealing is the cost. Only 1,900 yen per gin, surprisingly affordable compared to other beasts. He presses his hand against the meat, and his system confirms the result. He has absorbed a trace of the eagle's life essence. To fully complete the codex, he would need to spend more than 200,000 yen. If he wants to unlock the savage giant eagle's codex before his second year, he must win the prize money. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves in a lineup. Once the introductions are done, the students begin sharing about themselves. First, Chuchichi bragged about her strength in the arts. Then a lively girl named Jiang enthusiastically talked about her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Feng Huaguang, a boy, casually mentioned that he enjoyed playing video games at home. When his Han Han's turn, all eyes turned to her, making her feel nervous. Lastly, Lin's Vision gives a brief introduction, simply stating his name and requesting the support of his classmates. After class, a new brown-haired student approaches Han Han. The suddenness of the encounter startled Han Han. The girl quickly gets to the point by asking about her entrance exam score. Han Han nervously admits her entrance exam score was 709, then politely asks the new girl, Shu Shui, about hers. Shu Shui looks impressed and blurts out that Han's score is over 10 points higher than her own 698. Curious, Shu Shui quickly shifts the topic to the physical fitness test. Han Han stutters, trying to dodge, because her score was low and she had barely made it into the elite class. So saying it aloud feels humiliating. But Shu Shui doesn't pick up on her discomfort. Han Han lowers her gaze, but she keeps tossing out guesses in the low 90s, each one making Han's embarrassment worse. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the desk between them. It was Lin. Calmly, he leaned closer and asked Tom if she'd add him on WeChat. The sudden attention from a handsome boy leaves her stunned. He nodded eagerly. From her feet, Han exhales in relief. The awkward moment has been broken, and she silently thanks Lynn Deacon for stepping in. Without missing a beat, Lynn turns to another classmate, casually asks to exchange contact details as well. Once they're connected, he creates a small four-person group chat. His system notifies instantly that he completed a task. His progress towards a social animal achievement picks up. The group begins to battle. Lynn Deacon explains he's from Naiwan City, where his family runs a respected martial arts dojo. She chimes in next, revealing her family owns a chain of clothing stores, giving her a well-off background. Ben and Lynn each share their own story, and before long, the four of them feel like genuine friends. As the class warms up, AU playfully asks who they think is the strongest student. QTG quickly points to Lynn Dixon, citing his top ranking in the district entrance exam. AU is impressed, but Lynn calmly reminds everyone that excelling on paper doesn't necessarily make someone the strongest, and then reveals the surprising fact. Lynn explains that the principal personally recruited two exceptional students from Nuance City. The first one is a blonde boy ranked third in the city and incredibly fast, able to run 100 meters in just 7 seconds. The second, Lu Gong, is a towering, immensely strong figure who can lift a 300-kilogram barbell effortlessly. But Lynn remains unfazed because he knows he has already surpassed that. When the bell rings for textbook distribution, the students learn that this semester's curriculum focuses on martial arts, beam fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Having already mastered all of it on his own, Lynn decides not to waste time with the lessons, and instead slips away to train privately. As Lynn Dipping trains, his thoughts turn to the dangers outside school, particularly the Rat God cult. While authorities have captured some lower-level members, the Rat King remains free. Determined to confront them, Lynn resolves to reach Tier 6 strength as quickly as possible. Survival. Each of these challenges the students to start a firefight drilling wood. They shocked. Wang and Lu Gang step up and succeed, impressing everyone. Lu Gang learned it at summer camp. Wang claims he picked it up from watching videos. Lin quietly teaches his group the technique, guiding them until they succeed easily. Next is martial arts class. Instructor Yaoyan Fong introduces a special breathing and cultivation technique, but Wang and Lu Gang claim they've already learned it and demonstrate floppy but functional versions. Lin already masters it perfectly, but chooses to keep his skill hidden. A month goes by without him, until mechanical modification class. The teacher announces a practical class with cap prizes. Lin calculates that first place almost buys half a bin of savage giant eagle meat, motivating everyone to work hard. At the same time, Bean Fusion teacher surprises them with another test, same prize structure. After the grueling exams, the class is exhausted. AU groans at death, and several classmates complain, fearing they barely pass. Wang and Lu Gang boast confidently about their respective high schools, irritating AU, who clinches his fifth at learning. The teacher announces the results of the mechanical augmentation. Wu Yanling scores 52, and Han Han just passes with 61, which makes her overjoyed. AU earns 88 and secures third place, humbly promising to treat his friends with his prize money. Lu Gong and Wang Fuji both score 95, hoping they could have solved the final problem with more time. Just as AU settled for third, the teacher reveals the top scorer, Lin Zichin, with 100. Lu Gong and Wang Fuji are stunned. Even Heyu admits Lin is on another level, and Han Han proudly calls him the pride of Shanghai. After winning the mechanical augmentation test, Lin Zichin ignores the praise and calmly asks about the 888 UN prize. Later, during the gene fusion exam results, Lu Gong scores 81 and Wang Fuji 83, while Han Han impresses with 78, placing in the top 5. But once again, Lin Zichin shocks everyone with a perfect score and another prize. The repeated success devastates Heyu, Lu Gang, and Wang Shujie, taking their confidence so much that Lu and Wang accuse him of having prior knowledge of the answers. When Lu Gang and Wang Shujie accused Lin Zichin of cheating, Teacher Kai firmly shuts them down, explaining that he wrote all the questions himself, making cheating impossible. The classmates mocked them, with Heyu and his friend ridiculing the pair for embarrassing Nanyuan City. After lunch, attention shifts to the wilderness survival, which features climbing, swimming, and fire making. Determined to reclaim their pride, Wang and Lu Gang vow to defeat Lin Zichin. He easily dominates the climbing events with his superior strength and speed. Meanwhile, he quietly worries about Han Han, who struggles with climbing and finishes last, though he trusts still climbing in the swimming round. In the fire-making challenge, Lin Zichin astounds everyone by producing flames in just 58 seconds, leaving Wang Shujie and Lu Gang speechless. During the swimming event, Han Han shines, effortlessly defeating the non-Yuan duo and shattering their confidence further. By the end of the wilderness survival exam, Wang and Lu Gang are silent and humiliated. But when Teacher Yao announces the final martial arts sparring competition, their spirits revive. They see it as their last chance to redeem themselves. and prove that Lin Beachen's success means nothing without strength in combat. Before sparring, Teacher Yao had a class complete warm-up test. 100-meter sprint, one-hand barbell lift, and vertical jump. Even while holding back, Lin Beachen dominated, running 7.78 seconds, lifting 330 kilograms with one hand, and jumping 2.18 meters, placing first in every event. The results left Wang Shijian and Lu Dong rattled, so they reassured themselves that combat skill would matter more on farm. When the matches began, however, no one dared face Lin Beachen, forcing Yao to assign Lu Wei. The fight ended instantly with one devastating punch, after which Lin Beachen easily defeated the rest of his classmates, proving his overwhelming superiority. Wang Fuji and Lu Gong were shaken after watching Lin Beachen's display of power, realizing with dread that he had likely held back during earlier tests. The gap between them and him feels insurmountable. Just then, Ayu suddenly stepped forward, burning with determination, and challenged Lu Gang. Eager to vent his frustration, Lu Gong accepts confidence, boasting he will win within 30 seconds. The fight begins with Ayu charging fiercely. The difference in strength is too great. Lu Gang easily overpowers him, catching his kick and tossing him brutally out of the ring. Ayu lies defeated, coughing and in pain. Lu Kang smugly acknowledges Ayu's skill while declaring his own superiority. Lin Beacon then steps forward to challenge Lu Gang. Still riding on his victory, Lu Gang was buffed, only to be dispatched instantly by Lin's speed and precision, knocked out of the ring with a single strike. Both of his comrades defeated, the tension shifts to Wang Shujian. The crowd jeers, mocking that the pride of Nanyuan rests on him alone, and daring him not to back down. Irritated and cornered, Wang Shuji silenced them and declared he was going to fight anyway. He stepped into the ring to face Lin Beachen, feeling himself despite the overwhelming odds. Wang Shuji charges at Lin Beachen with all his strength, but Lin effortlessly catches his punch and knocks him out with a single count, leaving him unconscious on the gym floor. Lin avoiding the class, each falling after only one exchange. When he checks his system afterward, he notices that his survival of fittest achievement only counts each opponent once, meaning he must now face the girls in his class. He was surprised the girls volunteered eagerly, some even cheering for him with admiration. Challenger attacks quickly, but can't land hit, or Lane smoothly dodges and ends the bout. One by one, the other girls take their turn. Lin defeats them all effortlessly, careful not to hurt anyone. When the final match ends, he's beaten every student in class, but his achievement bar still isn't full, leaving him slightly frustrated and wondering how to find a stronger opponent. His teacher, Hao Yuanfang, then announces important news. In 1 month, her class will spar against the top second-year regular class. Lin's disappointment turns to excitement. This new challenge is exactly what he needs to advance. After class, Lu Gan, now humble, admits he misjudged Lin and vows to become his rival for the next 3 years. Wang Fuji swears to one day avenge his loss. Though Lin pays little attention, his focus is on the rewards he's earned. With over 3,000 yuan gained from exam bonuses, Lin is pleased that he can finally afford more beast meat to strengthen himself. Later, in his dorm, he reviews his finances and realizes it's still not enough. Deciding to earn extra income, he follows his parents' path and becomes a web novelist. Thanks to his intellectual wisdom, his writing captivates readers immediately, earning him an official UON contract within a tag. Next morning, Lin reads a headline: a massive mutant rat, over 5 meters long, that attacked a frozen meat facility. It was only stopped when Cyborg self-destructed, destroying them both, a reminder of the dangerous world we live in. Lin Beachen studies the photo of a fleeing creature, making him wonder, if one monster appeared within Shanghai City, how many more might be hiding unseen? Days later, the focus shifts to a long-awaited sparring session between Shanghai High's elite class and the strongest second-year regular class. Inside the 10th gymnasium, teacher Hao Yunfang gathers his students, warning them that while they possess top talent, the opposing class holds the overall advantage. His instruction is simple: end each fight quickly and don't give the enemy time to recover. When the meeting ends, Lin Beacon rushes toward the ring, eager to fight first and continue progressing toward his survival of the fittest goal. His opponent is a tall blonde girl who claims it's unfair to face the elite class's strongest fighter first, since she's the weakest in her class. Teacher Hao, realizing the misunderstanding, storms over to confront the opposing instructor, accusing him of violating the unwritten rule that both sides should begin with their weakest members. After the heated exchange, Hao orders Lin to step down, saving him for later matches. Hao then selects Yunfang to start, but before he can go, Han Han steps forward, volunteering to go first since she's the weakest. So visibly nervous, he enters the ring to face the confident blonde. The match begins with the blonde attacking fiercely, throwing Han Han back. Despite her fear, Han Han stays focused. He knows he can't win through strength, but he adopts a defensive strategy, enduring, blocking, and waiting for her opponent to tire. Minutes pass, and the tactic begins to work. The blonde grows exhausted and frustrated, then gathers her strength for one final decisive blow that knocks Han Han down. The referee calls the match. Though defeated, Han Han earns admiration from her classmates and praise from Teacher Hal for her endurance and clever defense. Lin Ditman comforts her with a gentle pat, easing her embarrassment. The next day, a brown-haired girl steps up, attempting to use the wand to fatigue. However, her rapid assault is countered. He's struck down, pinned, and forced to surrender. Wand mocks her mercilessly, belittling the elite class's arrogance. Before the humiliation can continue, Shufin steps forward and declares that she'll fight next to avenge Han Han and prove that their class will not be mocked again. Shufin steps into the ring and proves herself an exceptional fighter, ending her senior opponent's match with a single devastating punch. From the sideline, Han Han cheers in excitement, and Lin Beechin reminds her that Shufen's easy win was thanks to Han Han's earlier effort weakening the opponent. 2 hours later, the sparring session continues. The elite class manages to even the score, and teacher Hao Yuanfang confidently tells the second-year teacher that his rival class has only 4 fighters left. But he quickly cautions his students not to relax. The real battle is just beginning. The strongest 4, Lin Beacon, Wang Shijie, Lu Gong, and Heiyu, are now up. Heiyu goes first. He taunts his opponent before launching a lightning-fast kick that knocks the senior out instantly. Another opponent steps up, stronger this time, but Heiyu defeats him just as easily. Energized by fear from Kushin and Han Han, he continues his rampage, winning 5 matches in a row. Exhausted yet defiant, he shouts that he can still take on 10 more. However, fatigue catches up, and in his 6th duel, he's finally defeated. With Heiyu down, the elite class has only 3 fighters remaining against 13 opponents. Next comes Wang Shuji, who fights with incredible speed and power. His fist and kick strike like lightning, and he tears through 10 opponents in succession. But by his 11th match, exhaustion slows him down, and he is finally overpowered. Then Lu Gong enters. He defeats 2 of the regular class's top fighters in under 10 minutes, restoring hope to his team. Now only one second-year fighter remains. Teacher Hao taunts the second-year teacher to surrender, but Feng replies that his last student hasn't fought yet. A towering figure steps forward, shaking the arena with his thighs. The towering Wang Jinhee steps into the ring. Feng reveals that Wang is a new transfer student in his hidden front card. Feeling anxious, Hao encourages Lin Bichin to do his best, but Lin calmly replies he will win for sure. Facing the giant, Lin endures Wang's mockery as the senior offers 10 free hits. Lin accepts. The moment Wang finishes speaking, our boy strikes. His fist blows through the air, slamming into Wang's gut with explosive force. The massive fighter is lifted off the ground and thrown back, crashing to the floor as the gym falls silent. A moment later, the elite class erupts in tears. Standing tall and composed, Lin Zichen wins. After Lin Zichen's shocking one-punch victory over the monstrous Wang Jinhee, second-year teacher approaches Hao Yuanfeng, praising Lin's overwhelming strength and comparing him to a legendary former student, Wu Tianfen. Hao smiles but corrects him, saying that while Lin is gifted, he's still far from Wu's level. Wu Tianfen, Hao explained, was a legend who defeated the entire third-year elite class first year. His feats were superhuman: 100-meter dash in 6 seconds, 4-meter vertical leap, and the ability to lift 650 kilograms with one hand. Lin listened, intrigued but unimpressed, quietly thinking those numbers only matched his own childhood strength. That evening, the elite class celebrates at a restaurant. Hao Yuanfang proudly raises his toast, announcing that the second-year teacher must pay for the meal because of their loss. The students cheer and surround Lin, bombarding him with questions about his training. Slightly uncomfortable with the attention, Lin notices Han Han quietly taking care of him, placing food on his plate like always. When he catches her eye and smiles, he panics and flees to the rescue. There, 2 classmates gossip about him, mocking her for acting like Lin's servant and claiming she only made it into the elite class because of him. Hidden nearby, Han Han overhears everything, but instead of running away, he steps out and confronts her, declaring firmly that he's Lin Beechin's childhood friend. The girl was stunned into silence by her courage. Later, as Lin and Han Han walk home under the dim streetlight, he notices her uncharacteristic quiet. When he asks what's wrong, he hesitates before confessing his deepest secret. He still suffers from peeing her bed and wears diapers to bed. Ashamed, she calls herself broken. Lin gently reassures her, placing his hands on her shoulders and telling her she's not broken at all. Her weakness might actually be a power that hasn't awakened yet. Surprised, Han Han asks if he truly believes that. Lin smiles and says yes, adding that he has a superpower too. Encouraged, Han Han wonders what her ability could be. Lin assures her it will definitely be something extraordinary. Before they can continue, their path is blocked by a cordoned off street where exterminators in protective suits are carrying out rafts. A man in an apron is frantically trying to stop them, shouting for the officers not to harm his brother. His voice breaks as he attacks the team in a frenzy. Han Han, horrified, asks if he's insane. Lin nods slightly, saying the man must be unstable, though it's still a tragic sight. He suggests they head home. That night, Lynn sits with his parents watching the news. The report announces that a young female teacher who went missing last week still hasn't been found, marking the fifth disappearance this month. The women shown are all young and beautiful. Lynn's worried mother urges him to make sure Han Han never walks home alone, and he promises to protect her. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai City Public Security Office, the man who attacked the exterminator is in custody. A police officer and a doctor observe him from behind glass. The officer wonders if the man is insane, but the doctor isn't sure. He hasn't spoken since being detained. The officer frowned, noting how the suspect screamed uncontrollably. Suddenly, the man inside begins trembling violently. The dark aura seeps from his body as his form mutates. Within moments, the man transforms into a monstrous, rat-like creature with glowing red eyes. Terrified, the officer grabs his radio and screams for reinforcements. But before help can arrive, the room fills with the sound of shattering glass. A monstrous, aberrant rat rampages through the city, unaffected by gunfire. Police bullets barely affect his body as officers retreat under orders to lure it away from the city center. With all cyborg units occupied elsewhere, reinforcements are still 10 minutes away, too long to survive a direct confrontation. A female officer speeds off in a police van, the beast in pursuit, bounding across rooftops. The van races up a mountain road and into a tunnel, but the rat catches up, slamming into the vehicle and flipping it violently. Dazed and bleeding, the officer prepares for death, until a blinding explosion lights the tunnel. From the smoke descends a female cyborg with short purple hair and gleaming armor. She launches a barrage of violet missiles. Blasts cover the tunnel, taking the earth. When the fire clears, the creature is vanished. The cyborg says that the beast must be injured because it can't have gone far. As the monsters evolve, so does she. Determined, she follows its trail into the night. Hours later, under Shanghai's glowing skyline at 3 a.m., Lin Deacon sits in his apartment. For once, he isn't training. Instead, he's writing. After half a month of non-stop effort, his web novel nears 200,000 words, already earning over 10,000 yuan in paid income. Excited but restless, Lin closes his laptop and decides to train instead. Slipping out into a deserted alley, he measures his progress. His abilities have surpassed human limits and are approaching something superhuman, but a strange noise interrupts his focus. From the shadows, he spots a twisted humanoid rat, hunched over and gnawing on a human arm. The creature freezes when it sees him, eyes wide with fear, pleading to not kill him if he was just really very hungry. Lynn's blood runs cold as he spots the mouse. He recalls the recent news about a mutant rat escaping the lab. It could be that same creature, now half human. He knows he should call the authorities, but when he moves, the creature panics, misunderstanding his intent. It shrieks before jumping forward, its body blurring with unnatural speed. Lynn reacts instantly. His leg lashes out, striking the monster squarely in the jaw. Sound is thunderous. The mouseman crashes to the ground, stunned by the impossible power of a human's kick. Before it can recover, Lynn rolls a rock, then another, then dozens more. Each strike lands with accuracy. The stones go through like bullets. The creature's body breaks until it finally collapses in silence. Lynn stares at the creature that was once alive. It still runs through him as the truth settles in. His strength has gone far beyond human. He hadn't just killed the monster. He erased it. Lynn's vision tries beside the remains of the slain creature. Then he pushes himself to touch the bone. The moment his fingers touch the remains, a surge of blue energy forces through him, and the system notifies that he absorbed the trace of giant mutant grass life force by 2%. He frowned. The last creature had granted him 5%. Remembering a theory, he realizes that each heritage must contain varying amounts of the rat king's genetic essence, explaining the weaker absorption this time. As the light starts spreading, Lynn decides not to linger and quietly leaves the alley. Moments later, a purple-haired cyborg woman descends from above, landing where the battle took place. The gaze scans the smoking remains and wonders who could have done this. Meanwhile, in a crumbling building shrouded in red light, hooded cultists dance around a glowing summoning circle. One drags an unconscious woman into the temple and offers their god. A deep voice answers from the darkness. The rat god, furious at receiving only one sacrifice. The terrified cultists begged forgiveness, explaining that city women had become too cautious to capture. The monstrous being snarls and orders them to capture young men instead. To reward his obedience, the rat god drops a chunk of raw meat before him. The cultist devours it hungrily as the summoning circle flares. Crimson tentacles rise, taking the woman and lifting her into the air. A monstrous mouth opens in the shadows, consuming her in one dreadful bite. The rat god's voice rumbles again, demanding that future sacrifices be of noble blood, their flesh soft and rich with flavor. Trembling, the cultists bow to the darkening. Unaware of these horrors, Lin Bacon resumes his daily life. To help Han Han, who is struggling with martial arts, he begins private training sessions at home. As a disciplined yet patient instructor, he carefully corrects her form, guiding her stance, adjusting her posture, and teaching her to channel strength. When she attacks with renewed confidence, he effortlessly intercepts her strike, praising her improvements while pointing out refinements. After an intense session, Han collapsed, breathless but smiling. She feels stronger and more capable than ever. Eager to progress faster, she asks to train every day, but Lin refuses, warning that overtraining will damage the body. Reluctantly, she agrees to maintain their current schedule. Their quiet moment is interrupted when Lin's phone vibrates with two headlines. The corporation offers free treatment for crippled mechanical prodigies and Beijing University genius achieve dual gene fusion, the youngest in history. The second news gossip. He recalls the prodigy he has often been compared to someone who has accomplished the impossible at just 18. As Lin lowers the phone and a question stirs in his mind, gene fusion has become the pinnacle of human advancement, but he wonders if merging with foreign genes truly the ultimate path to power, or could there exist another way to transcend human limits? Lin Knighton has fully embraced his new life as a web novelist, pouring his focus and energy into his writing career. His incredible typing speed and fast-paced storytelling quickly gained massive attention online. Readers were astonished by how much he could write in such a short time, amazed that he managed to release 50,000 words on his very first day. This success was largely thanks to his advanced ability and the celestial root of wisdom, which had allowed him to steadily refine both his mental processing and his hand coordination. After a month of practice, his typing speed had reached 10,000 words per hour, meaning he only needed to write for about an hour each day. The rest of his time could be spent on cultivation and martial training, creating a perfect balance between his two pursuits. His father was deeply proud of him. Seeing the growing popularity of the novel, he estimated that Lin could earn around 50,000 yuan in his first month, and possibly double that with continued consistency. This prediction filled Lin with motivation. He began planning to use his earnings to unlock the exotic beast codex, setting his first goal on the savage giant eagle. In the following weeks, Lin continued training at his martial arts class. Under instructor Mao, the students participated in a sparring session designed to measure their progress. Lin's performance was unmatched. His techniques were swift, precise, and overwhelming, leaving every opponent defeated before they could even react. His dominance in the ring earned him both 88 bucks in prize money and valuable progress for his survival of the fittest achievement. Among the other students, Han continued to struggle but showed noticeable improvement. Previously, he had been defeated in seconds by one of the weaker classmates, but this time he managed to hold her own for several minutes and even land several strikes. Her growth was enough to earn her quiet recognition from the instructor, who encouraged her to maintain her effort. After the sparring ended, Powell announced that his class would face the second-year elite class in a month, aiming to defeat all but the top three fighters. The challenge energized the students, and the atmosphere became filled with anticipation and competitive spirit. As time passed, Lin's father's web novel continued to skyrocket in popularity, bringing in 89,000 bucks by the end of the month. With this success, Lin decided to finally purchase beach meat for cultivation. At the supermarket, he inquired about savage giant eagle meat, mentioned a discount for bulk purchases over 100 gin. Our boy realized he could save more money by waiting another month to buy in bulk, so he postponed the purchase until he had enough funds. The next day at school, Lin and Han visited the cafeteria to try the newly opened stir-fry counter. The real scent of food filled the air as Seth worked rapidly behind the counter, and the two managed to find a table before the long line formed. The environment was lively, filled with laughter and conversation, until a sudden argument broke out at the counter between two students cutting in line. The dispute quickly escalated as more students became involved, drawing attention from everyone nearby. Lin waited calmly from his seat, assessing the scene before stepping in to resolve it with quiet authority, preventing it from turning violent. Far from the normal bustle of student life, the meeting was taking place in a luxurious villa in Shanghai. The rank cult that gathered in secrecy to discuss recent events. Their leader, cloaked in black, reported that one of their members had lost control in public and been killed by security forces. The cult accepted the loss without concern. The leader then introduced a new recruit to replace him and announced a shift in the cult's objectives. Following new commands from their deity, the cult was to focus on capturing noble elite rather than ordinary victims, as the rat god now demanded higher quality offerings. Some members objected, fearing that targeting nobles would attract too much attention, but the leader proposed a compromise to target the sons of wealthy but politically powerless merchants. This would minimize risk while still satisfying the god's demands. The meeting concluded with the leader assigning the new recruit a test mission. He was instructed to capture a handsome young man as a sacrifice for one of the rat god's subordinates. The recruit accepted the order without hesitation, intent on proving his worth to the cult by selecting the most attractive and suitable target he could find within the city. In class, he was still angry about the cafeteria. After digging around, he discovered that the students who had cut in line were from class 3 of the second year, the elite honors class they were scheduled to compete against soon. The revelation shocked students from such a prestigious group acting so shamelessly didn't make sense. Lin's victim, leaning casually against the lockers, didn't seem surprised. To him, good grades didn't necessarily mean good character. His attention shifted when he noticed a breaking news alert on his phone. Another wealthy heir had gone missing, the fifth one in recent weeks. With no ransom or food left behind, the pattern was unmistakable. Lynn immediately connected it to the rat god cult and their mission to charge the noble. The realization hardened his expression. He was putting the cult was responsible. When the day of the interclass competition finally arrived, the gym buzzed with excitement and tension. 2 fighting rings were set up, and both classes would stand. The same students who had caused trouble in the cafeteria glared at Hayu from across the room, but he met their eyes with equal defiance. As the matches began, the atmosphere quickly turned serious. Han Han was the first to fight, but was overpowered by a senior's strong kick, losing almost immediately. The pattern continued as one first year after another fell in quick succession. The upperclassmen were ruthless, barely giving their opponent a chance to react. A tall, red-haired senior stepped into the ring next and crushed 9 first-year students in under 10 minutes, displaying terrifying skill and control. By the time she was finished, only 4 first-years remained: Lin Zichen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and He Yu. The honors class had lost only 5 fighters so far, and all of them were women. The difference in power between the 2 groups was clear. Teacher Hao could barely hide his frustration, decided to send He next. Confident and untaken, He accepted the challenge. He lived up to his word, quickly defeating 6 class girls in a row with controlled precision. However, his momentum came to an abrupt end when the honors class sent out their first male fighter. The student's steps were heavy and deliberate as he entered the ring, and his aura alone was intimidating. He recognized him immediately. It was the bully from the cafeteria. Thinking this would be an easy chance to settle the score, He underestimated him. The bully's first strike came faster than expected. A brutal punch that drove into Heiyu's stomach, crushing his forward. The impact left Heiyu gasping, and before he could recover, another kick followed with a powerful kick that sent him crashing out of the ring. Defeated and in pain, He realized too late that his opponent wasn't just strong, he was one of the top fighters in the honors class. After the match, the bully turned his attention to Lin Zichen, but he didn't react. When his turn came, he entered the ring with calm composure. The crowd erupted with anticipation as the two faced off. The bully launched a high kick aimed at Lin's head. Lin easily caught his leg midair and, with one smooth motion, slammed him headfirst into the mat. The sound echoed across the gym. He didn't get up again. The spectators froze, stunned into silence. He was one of the top 5 fighters of the honors class. Yet Lin had defeated him instantly. Teacher Hao watched quietly, realizing that Lin's abilities were far beyond what he had shown before. Even our guy's classmates were unsettled, whispering among themselves about how inhuman his strength seemed. After the brief silence, the protagonist calmly turned to the remaining upperclassmen and asked who would fight next. No one stepped forward out of fear. What followed next was completely shaken. Within half an hour, all 29 remaining second-year students were defeated. Lin stood alone in the ring, surrounded by fallen opponents, while his system interface appeared before his eyes. Despite the overwhelming victory, Lin felt unsatisfied. His progress toward the system's goal was slow, and the limited pool of opponents at school no longer challenged. His strength had already surpassed the level of his peers, and continuing under the same rules would only hold him back. Determined to move forward on his own terms, he decided to change his approach entirely. The principal of Shanghai High exhaled heavily, rubbing her temples as he stared across the desk at our hero. A first-year student challenging the entire school sounded absurd, but Lin's expression leaves no room for doubt. He insists on it and asks him to come to the gym so he can show him why he's confident. Moments later, they stand in the dimly lit gymnasium. The air is still, and the fluorescent light casts long shadows across the polished floor. The principal crosses his arms, waiting for an explanation. He calmly removes his jacket, revealing the defined, powerful build beneath his uniform. His composure never falters as he walks toward a massive barbell resting on the floor. He grips it with one hand and lifts it high over his head. The barbell weighs 700 kilograms, yet he raises it effortlessly, his muscles steady and unmoving. The principal freezes, his mouth falling open in shock. The realization hits him all at once. This is what he meant by showing his strength. His power isn't just impressive, it's unnatural. Not even Wu Tianfeng, the school's strongest senior, has displayed this kind of ability in his career. The principal finally acknowledges the truth of what he's seen. Lin's strength is far beyond ordinary. He gives him an approving nod and agrees to authorize his school-wide challenge. Lin accepts with a grin, but adds a condition: the event must include rewards. Without incentive, no one will bother to challenge. He explains the plan clearly. Each participant receives a small reward, while the main prize pool increases with every challenge. If someone defeats him, they claim it all. If no one does, winnings go to him. Amused by his confidence, the principal agreed. Before leaving, Lin requests that he keep his strength secret to prevent anyone from backing out early. He promises to stay silent. Later that evening, back in his office, the principal finalizes the event plan. When Lin reviews them, he nods in satisfaction. Quiet discussion captures the attention of two passing teachers who merely stop and cry at the sight of the principal smiling so warmly. The sight of the usually stern, iron principal showing such approval for a student leaves one completely confused. The next afternoon at precisely 2 p.m., the gym is packed to capacity. Students crowd every seat, buzzing with excitement and disbelief. Two large fighting rings dominate the center, where Lynn Beecham stands beside the principal. When he takes the microphone, the principal's voice carries across the hall as he introduces Lynn, recounting his victory and announcing the rules of the challenge. One first-year student against the entire school. The gym erupts in noise, mocking laughter, shocked shouts, and outright disbelief. Many call the idea insane, claiming the principal must have lost his mind. They argue that beating one top class doesn't mean a first year can take on the second and third years combined. Through the uproar, Lynn remains still and calm. When the noise fades slightly, he announces that starting tomorrow, he will be in the gym every afternoon for 2 hours. Anyone willing to fight him can come then. The anger and mockery around him doesn't bother him. He sees it as fuel. The more provoked the students become, the more challenges he will face, and the faster he can advance his survival of the fittest progress. As night falls, a young blond man walks alone, nursing a drink. When two women approach and invite him to a bar, he dismisses them coldly. He gets frustrated as he wanders through the neon glow. He's a new recruit of the Rat God cult, bent on his first mission to find a suitable sacrifice. Days has passed with no success, and his anxiety grows. He considers kidnapping a celebrity, but knows he's too weak to overpower one. Time is running out, and the thought of failing his superior makes his stomach twist. Then, as he paces through the street, he catches sight of Lynn Bacon jogging past in a tank top and shorts. The man decides Lynn's strong, handsome target worthy of offering. Determination to place his panic. He follows silently as Lynn turns into a deserted industrial alley. Jumping in the shadows, blond culprits feels excitement. He releases his power with a low growl. His body begins to twist and deform, and within moments, the human form is gone, replaced by a monstrous creature crouched in the darkness, ready to attack. He lunges forward, roaring as he launches toward Lynn Dixon, only for a sharp crack to slice through the silence. A brick slams into his skull with full force. As the rat man is going insane, our boy is still amazed that he managed to bump into it, as the rat codex can help boost his progress. The rat man is holding his head, considering himself as unlucky as he is fearing our hero. Then he drops dead, which shocks Lynn as he didn't expect the rat god cult members to be this fragile. He then quickly begins to absorb the life force before anyone notices. The essence only helps him increase only 1%, which makes our hero think of the rat man as cracked. Just for his own protection, he will refrain from going to night runs, because not all cult members will be that low when it comes to strength. Later at night, the city security headquarters joined forces with Shanghai University's Evolution Academy instructors and wiped out the rat god cult. He watches the news, which informs that the rat god cult was wiped out, and the one who defeated the rat king this time was Wu Tiansheng, who was an instructor from the Evolution Academy, and also happens to be a gene-fused evolver classified as a high-level organism. His powers are so immense that the entire operation only took place in 30 seconds. He defeated the enemy. Lynn is amazed by the powers of a high-level organism. On the other hand, the guy in a bulletproof jacket sits sipping the tea and wonders if there has been any contact from the others. Tian Cheng says that they have still been missing, and the elite force that went to the rebellion as force number 36 are still unaccounted for after so many years. Then, the guy asked for an update on source number 36, to which Tian Cheng admits that they have been stable, or he wouldn't have time to come here and get rid of the rat king. He thinks of it as a little pit, despite the fact that all the security headquarters were helpless in front of the rat king. Then, the guy teases him over the alma mater, but Tian Cheng feels nervous. Under the sewers, the rat man is begging for his life in front of the monster, who seems to be his boss. The boss is furious at him, decides to give him another chance, but at a price of something. The monster turns to the rat king's brother, and confronts him that he is smart enough to let his own brother take the fall while enjoying himself at the back. He threatens the rat man that if he doesn't start digging tunnels for him right away, he will kill him too. On the other hand, Lynn is being followed by gossip as he goes through his phone reading the news of the rat god cult members who are currently being searched for. Anyone who finds them will get a reward of 500,000 yuan. The offer makes him drool, but he knows even if he ends up finding them, he needs to stay low-key and later on dig for the rewards. Later, when he reaches the arena, he sees a lot of people who showed up. Han announces the rewards for the winners who ever take the part in the duel, with prizes like iPhones and gaming consoles. The guy raises his hand to participate, but a girl steps on his face, going right in. Followed by her, many girls raise their hands to take part in it, and our boy found himself surrounded by many girls. The girls were reflecting and soon came big wild chilling. He focuses on winning, knowing he hates the girls and passes in the contest. One by one, he starts pulling away women back down to the after meeting. He denies which frowned the girls because they just wanted to be close, no matter Then a bulky boy starts walking in his direction to teach him a lesson which we fail to follow. But in just a punch, our guy throws him away along with his friend. Quite a while later, Lynn stands on all the contestants he has fought and defeated. The young Falcon walked in, saying he wants to fight him. He used to solo the entire class, indicating he is quite strong. Yan begins by saying he wants to teach our hero a nice lesson on how to be humble and reach the top by actually working for it. Bored, our hero asks the teacher if he could begin. And the battle begins, as usual. It takes just one punch for a boy to knock down Yang. Everyone is taken as they didn't see it coming. Next up is Ken, who is surprised that Yang got taken down by a junior. He wasn't done talking, and our boy asks permission from his teacher to begin, which makes Chen mad. As Chen charges towards our guy, Lin just throws him away in the air, dropping people's jaws. Then, one by one, he keeps taking down all the contestants. And in the end, his system notifies him that he has achieved survival of the fittest. Our boy received the survival of the fittest attribute, but he is not sure how much of the damage he can take with that skill. He then takes Han Han as the tournament is over and walks away. Later, his principal congratulates him for earning the title of being number one in the entire school. He is sure that he is hiding his actual strength, and he tries to dodge the topic. He then talks about Ken Wuxing, who can lift 690 kilos. So our boy's staff easily tell her that he can lift 800 kilos minimum. He lies that he can lift 795 fully, hiding his true staff. Instantly, he asks when he will receive his prize money, and the principal instantly transfers the amount, thinking he's obsessed with money. As he began to talk about something else, he interrupted her, asking if he can use the pool with Han Han to swim. He also requests it to be not interrupted by others when they are using it. He agrees instantly, but he also asks for the cameras to be covered, which sounds suspicious to her, the boy and girl in the room alone. Still, she hands him over the key, telling him to be cautious and not get her pregnant. He's confused because he just wants to test out Han Han's powers. As he and his best friend are making their way out, he asks him if he could help her practice for her singing competition she is taking a part in. She asks if he can rehearse with her, and he agrees, feeling happy. Later at night, Han Han and Beachin return to her room while Sven passes a comment with her girl and boy in a room alone. Hearing that, Han Han's mother gets angry at Shen, telling him to mind his own business. Beachin overhears that and then smartly decides to leave. Before he leaves, he reminds Han Han for tomorrow to bring swimsuit. Nervously, he takes out a swimsuit, wondering if it is too revealing, then assures herself that it's only Beachin. The next day, he walks in the swimming pool area, and Dickon finds her adorable in the swimsuit she is wearing. Then, without wasting any more time, they begin to start practice. After a while, Han Han asks Deacon to go up and tells him that the water passes through her body. Being confused, Deacon wonders how, and he shows through her palms that water passed through her body. Water leaks through Han Han's body, and our boy takes her out of the pool to check if there's a surge of superpower, and if more water is leaking through any other part. He tests it 3 times and finds nothing abnormal about her body, only her hand has this ability. He then asks an awkward question. If the reason he couldn't hold his pee is because some part of her body lets water pass through, he blusters and asks her to inform him when he feels like he can't hold her pee, and he will quit. Han Han is glad that she at least has some superpower, aiming to prove herself the best partner for our hero. Later, he walks into a supermarket to buy 100 caddies of savage giant eagle meat. He hands her a card and a dress to get it delivered there. The girl who holds the card wonders who is that rich who spends insanely here. A while later, she delivers it, asking him to give her a 5-star rating. He had about 210,000 on hand. He decided to buy the eagle meat. He's excited to see what's behind his photo, and when he touches it, his system informs that he has absorbed a massive amount of savage giant eagle's life essence, reaching 100%. He also gains the biological attribute of Sky Eye, which gives him improved vision and motion tracking ability. He tests out the new skill, and it works really well. Then, he goes back home and sees the news where an individual underwent meaning fusion mutation in a public area, which causes a lot of casualties. It is discussed somewhere that gene infusion is the wrong path, because only in old times nobody wanted to pick up my monster, and only monsters wanted to be humans. If they find the right method to unlock human potential, they can evolve and advance life forms. But Dr. Protest can only rely on traditional martial artists who cannot even stop a bullet to fight mutated beasts and not gene fusion individuals. Our guy's father discussed it with his wife. How gene fusion is also risky if they can become mutated at any time as well. He disagreed, saying the state has control over it. Then, they stroll off on the topic of their reproduction, as gene users have lost their ability to have kids. They get distracted by their son, and his mother is flustered, wondering if they accidentally discussed anything weird in front of them. Then, they gather over food, and our boy tells them about the campus finger competition, where Han Han finds out too. Hearing that, both of them decided to go and cheer for Han Han, as he's also like a daughter to them. Back in the room, our hero has Han Han's makeup, and tells her it looks beautiful. He blushes and her friend teases her. Han begins to explain that he's bad at makeup, hence she took his help, but her friend stops pulling her leg and tells her to be ready if he's up soon. Suddenly, Han calls for our boy, crying as he has peed herself again. As he tries, he's worried as the performance is just about to start, and she practiced too long for it to get ruined. He stops her from crying, or else her makeup would run down. A solution pops up in his mind. He instantly takes a curtain and a pair of scissors and makes a dress out of it. He hands her over the dress to go change instantly. He asks him to turn his back, and she changes into the dress. He's blushing as he's turned away, knowing Han is changing in the same room as him. After she has changed, he admits that he feels less nervous now since she has already cried a lot. He wishes her luck and sends her away, but also announces that the next performers are Lee Chuxton and Chen Ping Han. They both pour everything they have in this competition and end up winning. On the other hand, a guy enters the classroom and sees the curtains torn apart, wondering who did that. The next day, the hero is seen sweeping the floors, compensating for cutting the curtains down. He checks his notification and realizes that he has saved up around 900,000, enough to unlock the next beach codex. He gets a delivery, and this time it's self-delivered, and he absorbs all of his life essence, gaining natural camouflage as his skill. His system informs him that he can lower his vitality to reduce his presence, and also ask his biological level. He's surprised that he got two effects in one, which is lowering his presence, which lets him hide or ambush enemies, and hiding his biological level lets him play dumb and strike hard. When he's done doing that, he goes to the market to buy a cake for his mom. As he's making his way there, he bumps into Senior Guan Kai. He sees his leg, and Guan Kai explains that he ended up getting his leg crushed in a motorcycle accident, making him amputate his leg. With his luck, he joined a cybernetic enhancement program by the Mecha God. He went from being disabled to a cyborg. Our boy inquires about the woman they have captured, and John reveals that she is a remnant of the Rat God cult, and she was the only female among the 9 remnants. Then, Bang takes his leave, and our guy wonders that the security department has spent all their time trying to hunt down Rat God remnants, yet the Mecha God group got one so easily, making him realize how influential the group might be. His mother calls him and wonders where he is. He informs him he'll be getting home with the cake soon. Him and Han were born a day apart, hence their parents celebrate their birthdays on the same day. They have turned 18, and after blowing the candles, they exchange gifts. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble. Everything is falling apart, as if it's an earthquake. Our guy immediately feels like it's deeper than just an earthquake. The news reports that the earthquake in Shanghai City was only a minor quake. Since the city is not located near any tectonic plate boundaries, experts state that the probability of a major earthquake occurring is extremely low. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Dick leaves for school together with his friends. Having already passed their 18th birthdays, the two of them are officially adults now, yet the pressure of the college entrance exam still weighs heavily on Han, making her visibly nervous. After some time, Lin Zichen finally manages to save up enough money to unlock the Void Eel Codex. Upon activating it, he absorbs the Void Eel's life essence and successfully gains a new attribute, Danger Sense. This ability allows him to perceive hostility from other living creatures around him. With this newly acquired power, Lin Zichen can now avoid sneak attacks before they happen. Curious about its effectiveness, he decides to test it out while walking through a shopping mall. As he strolls through the crowded space, he observes that, despite everything, most people in everyday life are still ordinary individuals. During his walk, he senses the presence of an undead slug and immediately makes it his next target, hoping to obtain its powerful regenerative ability. However, reality quickly dampens his enthusiasm. The undead slug is extremely expensive, and even with a manuscript fee of 100,000 per month, the cost is still far beyond his current means. Lin Dichen realizes that if he wants to continue advancing, he will need to significantly increase his income, something he plans to focus on after the entrance exams are over. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, an employee is giving a formal presentation on this year's academic performance. He explains that overall results across cities in Nanjing province are nearly identical to those of last year. Guangzhou City remains in first place, followed by Changzhou, Nanyuan, Shanghai, and Zhoushan, while Haiyuan City once again ranked at the bottom. After concluding the report, the employee asked about the situation at Inside Store Site 36. Upon hearing that everything is stabilized, he visibly relaxed. Principal Yuan tells him that he may leave. Once he is alone, he reflects quietly and realizes that he has not taken on a disciple in many years. In this world, the martial arts college entrance exam spans a total of 9 days. On the morning of the first day, candidates must complete a written examination that tests theoretical knowledge. The afternoon is reserved for a physical fitness assessment. From days 2 through 8, students undergo a full week of live combat evaluation. During this period, martial arts candidates from across the province are sent into a forest environment, where they must survive in the wilderness. Finally, on day 9, the candidates face a compatibility test involving gene fusion and mechanical modification. Today is June 7th, marking the first day of Lin Dichen's entrance exam. Han Han is visibly anxious, worried that she might panic and make mistakes during the test. Seeing her distress, Lin Vision hugs her and reassures her, telling her that the theoretical foundation is solid and that she will definitely pass. After wishing each other good luck, the two head toward their respective exam halls. Lin Baiken finishes his written exam quickly. With a significant amount of time still remaining, he decides to use the opportunity to brainstorm ideas for his novel. When he later walked out of the classroom, he notices Han Han emerging with an embarrassed expression. For a moment, he wonders if he may have messed up her test. He tries to comfort her, reminding her that students from the martial arts track only need to pass the written portion. However, Han Han quickly reassures him that she performed well. He then says he needs to rush to the bathroom, and Lin Vision urges her to hurry since the physical fitness test will begin soon. During the fitness assessment, Lin Vision's results completely shocked everyone present. He lifted 950 kilograms in a single-arm barbell lift, leaving both students and examiners stunned. He then crushed the 100-meter sprint in roughly 5 seconds and achieved a vertical jump of nearly 5 meters. Afterward, Han Han shares her own results with him. She completed the 100-meter sprint in under 10 seconds, jumped slightly over 1.5 meters vertically, and managed a single-arm barbell lift of 125 kilograms. Although she knows her performance cannot compare to his, Lin Ziethen reassures her that her scores are still exceptional for a female student. At that moment, another friend approaches them, announcing that the written test results have already been released. He mentions that Wang Fujie and Lu Gang both scored in the 80s, while he himself nearly reached an 80. Han Han then revealed that he scored 82, which leaves their friend deeply impressed. As for Lin Ziethen, it goes without saying that his score is even higher. As Lin Ziethen and Han Han walk home together, Han Han wonders aloud what the upcoming forest test site will be like. Lin Ziethen confidently tells her not to worry, assuring her that he will protect her during the survival. In response, he promises to stay close to him at all times. Elsewhere, the masked man meets with a safety officer and asks him to use his identity to help control the 10 geniuses participating in the live combat. He hands the officer a box containing 10 demon seeds, explaining that they can temporarily enhance his strength. In return, he promises to recommend the officer to the higher-ups and help him become an official member of the organization. The safety officer reminds him that his true objective is not official status, but rather obtaining a mutated fruit. However, the masked man explains that a mutated fruit would likely only allow him to evolve to ordinary Tier 7. On the other hand, joining the organization could potentially grant him the opportunity to evolve into a high-level life form. After taking a deep breath and weighing his options, the officer finally agrees that becoming an official member first would indeed be the better choice. The instructor announces that they are about to arrive at the exam site for the combat. He instructs all examinees to make their preparations in advance and get ready to disembark from the bus. Lin Ditchin gently wakes his friend, and soon after, the instructor orders all examinees assigned to entrance 9 to get off the vehicle and proceed toward their designated assembly point. Throughout the forest, numerous score tokens have been placed in
there's 49 TV. She's like, like that. I changed the right to know because it's probably not in you. That's in my damn story, my food, everything. Unreal menu with 95 menu items on it. It's really right. I don't know. Oh, yes. Oh, they really gave me to the block. What's happening? Took the first bite and was just amazed. He said, oh, I give it to him. He was right. These spicy crab ones on tacos were just and I bite, so I'm trying to take everything in one bite. I'm gonna get everything in my stick and get fell in my mouth, and then I can't believe it. I love so well. That's why I'm getting it. 5 minutes, I can't go again. It's toss it around a little bit. I'm not used chopsticks because I don't know how to use chopsticks at this big age. Chopsticks with that and my shove like that in my mouth that I can't taste. You whole C-section. Even just a little. Oh, that's great. Until I'm going to cry. I'm gonna try to make these food. It's small. I've changed it. Last time I was there, I was giving you this. Still a little nice about it. Be used to go. This restaurant big. Yeah, it's still maybe extremely nice for food. Everybody should go to. I'm doing. Too early. He comes in the morning and was walking. No matter what this is, no matter what you're going through, no matter how it's if you can feel. It's 50 pictures and it's like, you know, the first going on this channel. just chill and be you. That's very good. One way, I'm sure you man. One, stick a layer up. Use the ball. It's both. Not only pain, it's going on you. Oh. Like.
They told us right. If you want to leave early, let them know as soon as you know. As soon as we go and see Lindsay, I'm going in. I thought one, he said, no, I'm gonna leave 12. I'm gonna leave 12. Figure out what some moves happen. Then, actually finished like, well, I'm gonna start for about it took for better. Oh. It's nice. What? Here. Oh. Tiffany. Oh, wait. I didn't want to idea. When you said you were leaving early, and you know it was today. Oh. Tiffany. See, I approved for Thursday. And I wired next. I said, I'm going, right? A while back, and never feel good. Until I said, one thing. Till it happen, like if you want to be, you know, like as soon as you come in, come in, let me. It's like if you sit in, like, they might try to make you, oh, see, if me feel sick, I'm not, they just now go. Because I'm not too much. And shower, and then if I can't make it, then I'll just sleep. But they always make it seem like you're planning. You plan, you know. I'm not going to miss it's awesome. I said, oh, just that way, okay. Because what you said, if you have to leave early, just let them know after them come in, which did do that. And I told Lindsay what time, she said, what time I want to I made like 16. How you get that? How you get that? Yeah. Yeah, think so. You think it's better than it's okay. Okay, say yes, okay. I think
Oh, meu.
make no sense. But you into staying. So it keep on the same thing. Keep on Yes, you see how frustrated I am? That shit don't make no damn sense. Why not promote me like something thing? You got our mad. I'm mad at you. You mad at me and I'm mad at you. Because take my spirits. Oh my god, I just need to let her know.
Alright. Alright. Where? We did not do it.
Trick me out of the no, no, don't like that. Sit down and eat that. Here, but then that would be a write-up. Oh, it would be a write-up. Oh, that would be a write-up. You know, that think that you funny. Think that anything is these things will up get my make sure you put down. This is what I did. My Itu lupa. Dia udah nol kan gitu. Kalau ada masalah sama kami, tidak biasa. Oh, no, it's a little, no, I'm not with you, and then again, Bye.
Yes, to the wind. To the wind. No water. Oh, it's only TV going already. What? Okay. My father was.
Yeah, now it's still off. Oh wow. You don't listen here? Nice. Okay. Well, go to first. Oh, it's also fun to take time. Let's save my old here. Okay, yeah. Oh. Open. It was cool. Oh, I'm reading about. I'm driving. No, it would be for like 15, like yeah, but not the items. I think it's like walk together here. That's fun. Hey, here we go. I got it. We just believe. Oh, it's this time. All right, there is one. And second, five. We did the things now. It's coming. We did. Think about it. And then we did. Look at it here. Okay. I'll well, something got it. Very well. Let's say here. There's so many cooking good. Oh, nice. She got it. Oh, I think not modified for both iteration, but they kind of like the let's make it perfect. All right, I think we want to make new. Oh, mountain run is okay. Maybe. How much you want? Oh no. Just also Jinx here. Gosh. The wave clear already 80 were on it. Let's go grab our red belt now. So last item, we definitely need to wow because I think if I get a we have to seal perfect Morgana and my team does OOP. So I'm gonna go void stack. I will go for it now. They all have a time. Can we get Tito here, maybe? Oh. So sweet. What exchange Tito? Think of it going all the way. That's so cool. I get to know the whole game. Alright, this card will go to vision. Okay, I'll just do this. I want to spend more on when on the nine. Big damage! Nice! Winnable! I got rooted. Oh, this goal. Got rooted. Die, die, die! Yes! Fairy Dasher! Elder Dragon! Not will. Are we gonna go over what happened? Okay. Don't. No. No. We need to make a big come. Come. I think you don't make it big, you're still. Oh, they just got through. I think we need to rush to anything because most might be still dead. Get in there. What you do? Very actually weird. Oh, it's in cats. Okay, oh! Oh no, not like this. Oh. All right, clear posted. Let's hang out in personal element dragon. You can win now. You can win. We can win. I don't need this ragtag bunch. We got them. Here, by the way. Surely. Oh my goodness. There we go. Nice. You. My two include 1200 damage. Careful with nothing. Oh, hit! Oh, hit! Oh, oh, oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, we're back up. And let's go. Amazing. Okay. Well, we're going to find out. Let's go. Actually, really good. Oh, hi. I can make this game forever. What happened? Get in there. Oh no. Oh no. Like, here. Take one, take one. That might be a kill. Be a kill. Oh, it's time to get one home. Come on, Bill, the reason you were TVs. Oh, we're actually. Oh, like, nuclear. We're going now. Baron, you have 167, 18, 22 minutes. I would like blended and run it like that, but everything is supposed to end it. It looks super soft just because they have inhib top side, so they can like Blade splitting, I'm not sure how to feel about that. I think heal on the filter that. Uh oh, oh, wait, it's so much better. Stay go. Make it back up the super and then the kill. But it's fighting more. Oh my god, come go. Okay, up to one. I will heal this much. Break this one down. Oh, leave me. All right, let's recall. Well, we need a more thing. we go. Oh man, our whole team is here, bro. I thought we need to have one. Oh. Okay. No. No. You need to make it video somehow. Police! Don't win! Here we go! Gotta keep jumping more. Let's go! Okay. Okay. Boom! Right. Also, down the way. We're gonna do this! We're gonna do this! Oh! Oh yeah, even though they're more. Watching about 59 everybody, welcome back to another video. We're playing Fully Valid Pantheon of the Jungle. This was one of my favorites back in the day. I think I put it first in my lap. Here's a little bit more money, relative tip on pay. You can definitely go into the conquer now if you want. Doesn't give you plus it half. Oh, pretty good. Conquer is nice to also give you a lot of lead. Um, so, Fully Valid Pantheon, how does it work, sir? So we are first and foremost, we are going to be going to this to set what AV is possible, and then open it into validate first. And then after that, we are going to fully validate because our ultimate giving 30% armor penetration for winning level 16. It's at 10% level 6. So fully validate one is something that like people just do not do. Like it actually really, really fun. And again, not gonna lie, we did take a chance about that go off man. So the first time I'm seeing what we're playing against, we mainly haven't seen any team look like this paper, you know, right? Different field. All right. To all we know. I think I'm supposed to actually what? Okay. What the do you see it? Obviously was it? Me. Anyway, I think like our hopefully much part there. Fine. Using some Java there here. Hold on your E for the games. Not yet, please. Oh, what else? Nice Q. You like to see it. Oh, okay. Don't worry, John. We're talking 3 minute full clear. I mean, nothing right home about. Maybe, oh, maybe if we go 2 points of Q. instead, perhaps. Yeah, maybe people can treat back to the on and I get fighting power. Oh, you got what? Oh, you can do fly. I didn't know. Oh, oh my god. Oh, what a dream. Dream. Is that's rare. You don't find that out. Bro, this sign is really kind of off you. God bless you, sir. I put it in power E to move it to the might you want. Yeah, I think I will. Okay, I think I'll do it. Totally. Did that? Oh! Oh, I need help! Oh. Fucking Lord. Here's the thing. I'm going to. I want Oh my. The full comment section is calling me because I missed almost every single one. It's so hard to Anyway, my point is, where am I getting this? Q, W, and R all fill up with a P. So now we put R and W, and then drop a little Q after that. I put P and it will automatically pop up the W. Yeah, so like if you fill up with W, fill up with P, and fill with my old P. So if you guys want to see anything Pantheon, let me know in the comments. You guys pulling me. Yeah, for the thing too. You like something is here. The white too. No, even if it's not. I think I'm going to do this actually. I'm not well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay. Seems no bit. I don't think. Oh. You know? Oh, jeez. Well, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going to be. I'm going to be. I'm going to be. I got this 7 score favorites. It's really worth. I was very low, but I think it's worth. I don't know. How beautiful. Even look at the blue stuff. Again. You know, laugh. But it was you laugh. But it needed to be the button. It was also the part that would say. You know, it's going to be a it's just for the new day. Oh, it's yes. I could be fine normally if I didn't do like I was never I give over the field again. I'm gonna wait you guys to have the field over the field. I'm gonna just wait out. No, wait. Yeah. I'm not but again, I don't feel you. Well, you're not pretty fun. So what makes you fit for the one? Or is it only item fit? Because you don't have a cute best and another cute right? How makes you best about the phone or what? Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, here we go. Nice one. Oh, nice. Right. I don't feel that. I don't feel the building anymore. But it's a video, it's a digital. I think I'm going to get for it over the power here. I'll put open. You know, the way now. Oh, zins out. Oh, oh. Kind of like it. Whatever. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Ah, that's everything. Because yes. Good boy, good boy. All right. Well, I am going to go where no, keep it on the boat. Let's go. Proper. In order to have computers, what are you looking for next? I'm thinking either a collector or a ghostblade. You can also build a new overlay or bashing breaker for the tool. I think bashing breaker. I mean, they're both pretty solid items. A lot of people after they like to secure more kills to get left on. Uh, it's hard. I mean, Like it hit hard, guys. I don't know. Here we go. And no, sorry. Oh, what I click? What I click? Okay. Yeah, okay, for now. If you all any positive error done, let me reset real quick. Another third. Weaker there. And then here. Think someone got those? Think someone being sussy? No. All over head, sir. 767. What the PTA of 800? Not too bad. Thank you. So what are we just sitting here? Man, this oh, you're kidding. You have to be kidding me. Guys, I don't know about the AP. I don't know. I don't know if we should be doing the AP Pantheon. I'm gonna be honest. Like, given how accurate I've been with my ultimate game, I'm not sure we should do this. I think we should reconsider all my like this guy. How much cool. I'm not. All right. And I mean, need both. But they do they fine. I do that. Yeah. But who will it's yeah. Yeah. You want some? You want some, pal? I will take my leave now. Well, what is that is two. And that one? You want that one? Oh. Maintain on um, one. Move on that one. You can activate my GG. Alrighty, I spare you guys the first clear of this game. I think it's different. Clear wise, I don't because I'm hoping you are. If he invades me, I'm not actually going to and my Hey, coming! Holy moly! You might have been here. Oh, what about you? Ooh. Here. Whatever. Eucharist. Dang. Well, let's get those just and then let's get on board with the line bar. Wait. I think I'm going to team. I think yeah, okay. Armington. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, oh, you fools! You'll regret you done this. Only my people. Hold on. Four, right? Hold on. Or like the first game was before. One, so they can't know what you're going to be yet. Yeah, just do it in order. No, what you think? Um, Go. Now I'm going. I'm going a little long in case it's an easy way. Oh! Win! Oh! Item. I what was the item still, but yeah. But you guys I'll anyway. Still counts this game? Yeah. Right? I mean, it's right. They don't really need very many PCs. Oh, they're going on. Something. And then only way. Yeah. Are you? Wait. I think I can finish. No. Oh, it's yeah. Well, I think I've left one word. Oh, that's wild. Who's healthy long period? Oh, I'm gonna go. I mean, what do you need? Hold on. Oh, my computer there. I'm terrible. It's actually good for that one. I have too many things. Yeah, it's very good. I'm not smart for right now. Oh, it's 24. Weird. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, wait. Hey, it's gonna be fun. Sit down. But it's not. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's good. You see it right. Boom. You're doing 18 masses. Oh no, you're only. Right. It's fine. Oh, all right. I'm very, very in here. So, always yeah.
I have to do it.
Nice. I put all the got a little too old.
NANI?!
Whispers. Anyway, I'm season